Jsme zazumovaní. Aha, počkaj. Jsme dobré? Jsme dobré? Dobre? Odzumovávám. Povedz mi koľko. Som zazumovaný, dobre?
And we're here at the Polish Poker Championships final table. Here are our payouts: 54,865 up top, and even 8th place gets a remarkable 4,000 euros. Good return on 100. Here's our tournament director Sue sorting everyone out. And we'll be back with you when action starts.
Jesus Maria, so many Polish guys, so many. Jej, final table! No jasne, że ciężsi dole, bo...
Nie, muszę tam?
Który teraz do czarnego potrzebuje?
Ja też mam zrobić.
Welcome, hello. We are waiting for service, so we're gonna start. Yeah. Is there anybody who doesn't speak English? No,
Jak nie mówi po angielsku, to proszę.
ja nie umiem po polsku.
Nie odpowiada pytanie. Nigdy się nie zgłosił.
When I tell you, okay? So, few rules we're gonna go through. You all have your original box. You will put your cards on your turn there for at least 3 seconds, and then you can move the cards as you want. It doesn't have to be like this, it can be like this, no problem, okay? They're magnetic, they can read them. I'm gonna take away your phones, I will put one table here, and I will put all your phones there, okay? For all the time. It's no problem when you want to speak or text or see your phone, but don't do it like every other hand, okay? Doesn't look good. You have bar free, so enjoy.
Ale to była.
Huh? No, for now. One more thing, guys. If you want to make a deal, you have to play for at least 10% of the actual prize pool. So let's say 3 wants to deal. There's approximately 90,000. You have to play for 9k. Yeah? That's the rule here. Now we're gonna draw the bucket, please.
Good afternoon, everyone, from Banco Casino in Bratislava. We're just doing the final arrangements for our final 8. First prize of 54,500 and 8th prize of 4,000. You might have heard Suze, our tournament director, telling everyone that if they want to make a deal, let's say there's 3-4 people left, then they have to take out 10% for the eventual winner. So they keep 10% for the winner, so there's something to play for, and it's not unfair or biased. We've got a few old friends from our feature table yesterday have made it through to this final 8. Well done. Both seat 1 and seat 8, you may remember. And seat 4, who got very lucky at one point. Looks like he's fairly short stacked. I should be able to give you the chip count soon.
And we're gonna continue where we stopped yesterday. Last 5 minutes? No. We're gonna continue where we stopped yesterday. I don't know why. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
We should be restarting at the last level from yesterday.
I'm gonna start service. Shuffle, please. Shuffle, please.
We've drawn for the button and it's on seat 6. So 7 is a small blind and 8 is a big blind for this final 8.
No more than that. So everything which is about 5,000, you have to send through wire. Okay? Všetko, čo nad 5,000 sa poslal na účet, dobre? Takže určite umiete. Dobre? Can you say? Yeah. Okay, guys. I wish you the best of luck. Prajem vám veľa šťastia, blind. 106 slový blind, 6 somor.
And here we go. The cards are being dealt out. Mr. Litera, first to act. He's very short stacked, only 4 or 5 red chips, which is so he's 19 million, but the blinds are 300, 600. So Mr. Shah has 19 million, 10-8 suited. It's a lovely hand to raise with, but he is in early position. So if he gets re-raised, then he has a difficult decision and will probably end up folding. Mr. Bihari, certainly not afraid to put his chips in. Got very, very lucky on the feature table when he spiked a queen against jacks, I think it was. And all he had was one overcard. We get a call with queen 9 suited. Very similar range to the 10-8 suited. And we've got 10-9 suited. If we get a call here as well, and the flop could hit all of them. This could be. We could have a casualty our very first hand. Let's see what Mr. Pavel does in seat 7. I'm guessing he is Polish himself. Not that many Polish on the table. He's decided to fold 10-9 in on the small blind. That's quite a surprise, actually. It's a little bit too solid for my liking. So we have 4 million in the pot. The queen has hit, second pair, but the original raiser, Mr. Shah, may follow through. Now he's decided to check. I think he's giving this pot away. No value in betting there in case it gets raised off an ace. Makes a queen even stronger now, but we have 2 hearts. So we have a flush draw against 2 pairs at the moment. This will be about the betting. Seat 2 bets. Very small bet, 800k into 4 million. I'm certainly going to get a call, I think. He's not putting him on an ace. But he doesn't need to raise. There's no value in raising. Now, we know he's got a flush draw, but and it hasn't hit. So only a strong bluff will win it for Mr. Shah. What's going on in seat 1? Getting the contents of his car. So there is a bet, but it's quite, I think it's probably about half the pot, I'm guessing, without seeing the amount. Yeah, 2.2 million, so just under half the pot. Can Mr. Sylvester, I don't think he's put him on an ace, and I think he will call here. Sizing out a raise, really? That's interesting. He's representing a much stronger hand than he has. Very interesting bet. So he either doesn't believe he has an ace and that he's winning, or he's repping the ace and thinks he can take Mr. Shah off it. Now, we know Mr. Shah has nothing, and so we'll have to fold. Yeah, very interesting raise. I thought that might go even bigger, that pot. Very strong play. So when we started this hand, seat 1, Peter Litera had 5 million. With the blinds at 4-8, then he has something like 8 big blinds, I think it is. Not even. 6 big blinds. So he pretty well has one hand. He's now on the big blind and may feel committed if he's got any kind of hand. Seat 2, German, CU Shah, 18.5 million, but has just lost about 3 million. And then we've got Andre Krusha with 29 million. He's second in chips in seat 3. Our friend Lubos, Slovakian Lubos Bihari, nice and healthy, 15.7 million. Seat 5, 25.8 million. Mr. Sylvester is our chip leader in 6 and has increased his lead. So he started with 31 million. And then we've got very short stack, Pavel in seat 7, 4.1 million. And Wojciech in seat 8, 13.5 million. We've had a raise from seat 3, and the short stacks really need to have a premium hand to get involved. So our short stacks are seat 1 and seat 7. Let's watch for them. Seat 1 is now in the small blind, and he's pretty well only got chips for another round. So he will be looking to get his chips in this round. Same applies to Pavel in seat 7. Even our chip leader at 32,000 chips, although he has increased, it's only 40 big blinds. It's not a huge amount with the blinds at 3-6. No, 50 big blinds. I apologize. It's far too early to be playing poker. So our chip leader is getting hands as well. Nice ace-king offsuit. We have a lot of Polish players on the table. It's good to see. So we have 5 Polish players in seat 3, 5. Our chip leader in 6, 7 and 8. One German, Mr. Siyu Shah. Peter Litera from the Czech Republic, although I've played with him a few times. And our local Slovakian, Luboš Bihari, in 4. So it's good to see so many Polish players get through to their own championships. And 3 of them are the trip leaders. So they're in gold, silver and bronze as we speak. Yesterday, Mr. Bihari did like suited paint, but is in the wrong position to start being too cute. Yep. Chip leader doesn't need to overplay. He's got the chips. Just a bit of patience, wait for the right hand in the right spot. Mr. Shah is shoving with an ace. He's seen an ace. That's enough for him. I think he's down to 13 million from his 18.5 start. He lost a big pot earlier on. Sees an ace, and with only 8 players left, 8 on this final table, it's not a bad play at all. Picks up the blinds and the ante. Which is actually 1.5 million is in. So he only had 13, so he's increased his stack just by taking the blinds. Suit 5 has a small pair, but he is out of position. Let's see what he does. Looks like he's going to raise. I don't think we're going to see even the ace-6 is folding here, and Mr. Bihari will fold his king 4. So although he was out of position, early raise got through. At this stage with the blinds so high, you really have to have a strong hand to be calling a raise or to be re-raising. So here we have a small ace, but on the button. Perfectly reasonable hand to be raising with. Let's see if he gets it through. Got through the small blind and the big blind. So well played. Perfectly good hand to be raising on the button with. So our short stack has shoved with a reasonable ace, but it's a very small raise, so anyone with a kind of connected middling hand may well call. So here's a good example. Wow, ace-9 folds, okay. He does have a player behind him. Chip leader may call here, just for the value. Not a good hand though, and could be dominated. But most likely to be live, King 5. It's unlikely to be in the razor's holding, and so again, perfectly good poker to call there. Can seat 1 double up? 8.2 million, or do we lose our first player? Ace-8 is holding at the moment. He's now 85% favourite to double up. And he has. Well done, sir. Our next 7th place finish will get 6,215. We can see the payouts on the screen. By the time we get to the last 3, I'm pretty sure there'll be a deal. They'll have about 100,000 between them. 10,000 will be kept aside. And so if they did an equal deal, they would be able to take home a very, very nice 30,000 euros each if it was an equal split. Probably be ICM and worked out according to their chip stacks. ICM, for those that don't know it, always favours the shorter stack on the basis that it can be one hand to double up and that the larger stack Good poker all round there. Jacek calling when he was ahead and folding when he was behind. He read that 2.6 million bet very well as a please call me bet. And good skills being shown at this final table. Over 3,600 runners, and we're down to 7 players. King 3 offsuit is basically making a play against the big blind. So he's... I don't think Peter's going to fold this. I think he's going to shove back with his ace-8. But he's a solid player. Doesn't like putting chips in when he feels he may be behind. So he's making a solid fold. It's a good play though by the small blind, putting the pressure on the big blind, saying, well, I've got a big hand. How big is yours? And ace-8 is probably just below the threshold for getting it in. He's just doubled up, didn't want to double down again. Good play. So Jacek, again with that small pair, he's had 5s, he's had 6s twice, making a raise to 1.8 million. The blinds have gone up to 400, 800, which means there's already 2 million in the pot just with the blinds and the ante. Our big blind has 8-7. He doesn't know he's got 2 overcards. And again, the small pair in early position has got through. What the players should be noticing is there isn't an awful lot of aggression on the table. People are not re-raising and fighting back. They're giving each other a lot of respect for initial raises. I'd argue maybe too much respect. There will be spots where a re-raise is highly profitable, even if you haven't got the hand. Got to remember that people don't always have aces and kings and queens and ace-king suited when they raise. They could have all sorts of hands. And so playing back with strength can be a very effective way of picking up a good-sized pot. So we've gone coming around to the blinds. 10-5 suited in the small. Is Mr. Shah going to do anything with this? Got 17 million now. Nope. So he's 20 big blinds. And the big blind takes a small pot. So now we have a similar position we had with Mr. Butera earlier, Peter. We have seat 3. Andre has got an 8 in the small blind. Looks like he's going to raise it up. 2 million. And our locals hero, our Slovakian hero, Luboš Bihari. Got 7-5 offsuit. Probably not the hand to defend with. It's got 7-5 suited. I actually don't mind having a look at the flop because you're going to put your opponent on higher cards. If you hit, you should know where you are. If high cards come, you know you can just fold. So, but he only had 800k in the pot, and the small blind raised to 2 million. So it would have cost him 1.2 million more. Not necessarily getting value. Certainly not for 7-5 offsuit. Our chip leader, Sylvester, very tempted to raise with an ace-6 offsuit, out of position, and I think he did well to resist that temptation. It's never a good hand to raise with, especially in early position. If you're a short stack and it's late, then any ace may do, but he doesn't need to. He's our chip leader. Small blind, Mr. Bihari, don't think he's hardly played a hand. It's just calling. He wants to see a flop with Queen 8 offsuit. And he's dominating the big blind with Queen 2 offsuit. I don't think we'll see him get too out of order. Jacek, one of our Polish players. So Slovakia against Poland. Could be a World Cup match. Got 3 spades. They both have a flush draw, although Jacek's is the smallest possible. And they have both hit their flush. This could be interesting. Bihari slow playing it. I love it. Will that induce Jacek, who does have a flush now, albeit with a 2? No, I think we're going to see a bet on the end. We'll see a small bet, maybe $1 million by Bihari. Could overbet the pot to represent a flush. It's another way of playing this hand. But I'm more likely about just under $1 million, just over, I think. Yeah. So basically 1.7 million, nice size bet. Jacek just has to go, if he's got a flush, he's winning. May well call this because there's been no action on the flop or on the turn. He has a flush, so he's beating everything except a flush. So I think it's a well-sized bet. He'll get the bad news that he has the second nuts. Well played, Mr. Bihari. I think you got maximum value there, to be honest, with that flop and turn. Got very good poker instincts. We saw that yesterday when he was on the feature table a couple of times. Now here we have Mr. Bihari raising, I think it's his first raise, with a pair of ducks. Quack, quack. Pair of 2s, that's what we call them, ducks. Don't know why. And looks like that has got through. 2 hands in a row for Mr. Bihari. He's started off slowly, but is now coming into the game. And we have a raise in early position from seat 2, Mr. Shah. Raised to 1.6 million, a min raise. We can't see his hand at the moment. But Mr. Bahari is hitting for fun at the moment. He's just won 2 hands in a row, and he's now got queens. So we're definitely going to see a re-raise. Just got to work out how much. I think could be an effect all in by the way he's getting his chips, or a strong raise to kind of 4 or 5 million maybe. Yep, exactly 4.5 million. So I like the sizing of this. So he's put seat 2 to a decision. We don't know his hand. We'll soon find out if he thinks it's a big hand or not, as to whether he folds or shoves, because he's only got 16 million. He does cover Bahari, so we could have the largest pot of the final table if Mr. Shah does have what he considers to be a big hand. He's got anything over a pair of... He's got 9-4 suited. We can now see it. I think even Mr. Shah will consider that this probably is not a big hand. So Mr. Bahari re-raise at the right time with a strong hand. Mr. Shah Hollywooding like he has a difficult decision, and will certainly fold. Oh, I think that's Bihari fan club railing there. So this time Mr. Shah does have a proper hand and is putting a 16 million in with a pair of 10s. Mr. Bahari looks interested. He does have an ace, but is an ace-8 strong enough to call? I don't think so. And we're round to the button. Small blind, big blind, any resistance? We've got a call with ace-queen. So our short stack, 5.4 million, is at risk here. The 10s are just ahead of the ace-queen. So as you can see, it's normally 52.48. And that only really drawing to a jack now. The 10s have hit a set. That's very good fortune for Mr. Shah. Only a jack can save Peter, who looks like he'll be our 7th place finisher. Did well from the short stack, doubled up, but is now sayonara. Mr. Shah has sent Peter to the rail. So our German player in seat 2 has knocked out our Czech player. Now we can see the payouts. We see that Mr. Litera Petter has won 6,215 euros. Still very good for 3 days' work. I'd be happy with that. We see our blinds. We've got a couple well out in front with 36, 33 million. And the 10 million of Wojciech is represents 12 big blinds, with the blinds at 400, 800. Mr. Bihari nicely positioned in 4th, 5th place. Our chip leader's been behaving himself. He's not got out of order. He's made some good value calls, and he's not raising any old hand out of position. So he's playing some solid poker. Small pair. This time, though, Mr. Bihari folds. Jacek folds as well. We're around to our chip leader, who has an ace. May well see a raise here. A late position raise. Button folds. I think 10-8 will be folding as well. That's just about $1 million to call, a bit over. So the chip leader, because he isn't overplaying, is getting respect for his raises, and that's a really good strategy on a final table. Protect your stack and make the odd foray into pots raise, and you will get much more respect than people thinking you're bullying with your stack. Well played, sir. Seat 8 is shoving 10 million with ace-jack suited. Mr. Shah could get in trouble here if he feels he wants to call with ace-9. He only has a small blind in. It would be half his stack if he loses. He's severely dominated by seat 8, by Wojciech in 8 with an ace-jack suited. Nothing wrong with the all-in there. He only has 12 big blinds, so he's already at that point, and it puts maximum pressure on decisions. Our German player is trying to work out whether his ace-9 might be any good, and quite rightly decides against it. Would not be a good call, and I think we will see the king-6 fold as well. One of our chip leaders here with 31 million. No need to get involved. So nice raise, picks up a small but significant pot, adds 2 million. That's 20% almost to his stack. We did mention his fashionable knitted wear, the flower top. When it got a bit hot, he took that off, but we're seeing it in its full glory today. I think poker players should wear more adventurous clothes. Too many hoodies and baseball caps. Well done. Maybe down to the small and the big blind. Looks like small blind is folding. Okay, I thought he had a decision, but he didn't. Oh, nice raise there with Queen Jack suited. Again, getting full respect from the table. Chip leader is now increasing his stack very steadily, but
Because it's bit difference probably with yours and not. Восьмичка.
Jacek raising to 2.2 million with an ace. I think our chip leader will fold. So there we have an example of down to the last two players. Chances of the big blind having a better hand are quite small, and that's a perfectly good raise with an ace on the small blind. We've seen about 3 of those. They've all got through, and if he was re-raised, then obviously he would probably fold, but it's a nice play to pick up a small pot. Here we have an interesting situation. We've got Jakub with ace 10. He's hit top pair. So will our chip leader feel his sevens are ahead? In a lot of cases, they would be ahead. So we see the call. This is also a good card for Jakub because he can carry on representing, feeling he's ahead, and he may well get called. So this could be a very good pot for our seat 5 against our chip leader. Is he gonna? He's gonna bet. He's coming out firing. So our chip leader believes his sevens are ahead. How will Jakub respond? This is a really interesting hand. He's about 4 million into 10, so it's pretty strong. Nearly half the pot. So he's saying, I think I'm winning. Jakub has to work out whether or not his ace 10 is good. It will be most of the time. He doesn't need to raise. He can let Sylvester do the work. And that's probably slow the betting down. Flush has now been made. It also will allow our chip leader to make a very, very strong play here. And if he does do a third bullet, which he hasn't, it could have got through. Check, check, and the sevens will see a 10. So I think he knew he was beaten, didn't feel that a bet there would get through. Plus, of course, Jakob could have had the flush himself. So it would have been a big risk to bet there. So it's a very nice pot there. He increased his stack significantly. And we have an all-in by seat 8 with ace, jack suited, very similar. I think it's the same hand he went all-in with before. Mr. Bihari, though, has already raised to 2.2 million. So his question is, does he feel his ace-5 suited would be any good? And or is he getting value to call? So he's getting a precise count. He's only got 10 big blinds, seat 8, because the blinds are now 501 million. So there are a lot of hands, quite a wide range he could be pushing here. The ace-5 is connected, is suited. There really is no right or wrong here. It's just how Luboš is feeling. Does he feel that his ace-5 is going to be ahead of seat 8's range? He has shoved. This is the third time, but I think that's the right decision. It's not going to be ahead of many likely hands that another player is shoving with, despite him only having 10 big blinds. But he's picked up a very nice little pot there and increased his stack by about 50%. Well done. Now here we see that increase from 10 million to 5 million. He's gone from 10 big blinds to 15 and is back in the game. So there's 3 under 20 big blinds, but only 3 around the 30 big blinds. So 1 double up for any of these players, and it's a significant pot. So every decision now crucial. This is why hands like ace-5 suited will be folding, just not strong enough. And I'm sure Jakob will fold the 6-3 suited. It's a hand I love to play, but at this point, with such a large jumps in the payouts, I think our next payout is, I think it's about 8,000, and first place 55,000. We haven't seen Andre get out of line, but we're about to. 7-3 suited is going to raise against Mr. Bihari. What will Luboš do? He has a suited ace, so he's certainly not going to fold it to a small blind. That would be poor play. He doesn't need to re-raise, but he may feel that the small blind is weak. Certainly going to get a call. Yep. So this could build to a nice pot. They both have a 3. We've got suited spades and suited clubs. And the original raiser, Andre's hit his 7. Will he follow through? He's representing a bigger hand, of course. So a king or a 10 is certainly in his range of the hand he's representing when he raised. And ace-3 has got nothing to do with this pot. So we may see Mr. Bihari having to fold. I think that's 2 million into 5. Nice 2.5 million, nice strong bet. 50% of the pot, he takes it down. In fact, you could see his shoulders and his brain saying, phew, got that one, got away with that one. And that's the power of aggressive poker. It's nice play, doesn't matter sometimes about your hand. Although 7-3 suited, if it hits, can be a very good hand. Good play there. He's increased his stack by another 3.5 million, I think. Very good. Sylvester, who was our chip leader, he's not anymore, has raised with Queen 10 offsuit. Fairly early position, so he's representing a stronger hand than he has. Button folds. What has Luboš got? He's got 7-2 offsuit. Worst hand in poker. And the Queen 10 gets through. So he's back in the game, having lost a couple of decent pots. We've got 2.5 million in the pot already. Mr. Shah is a min raise to 2 million with an ace. And we'll see a fold with the Queen 8. We're now on to the button, who also folds. And do the small or big blind have any kind of hand? We have an ace-7 suited. This will be interesting. He could push here. He could raise. He's looking at his stack. Put the maximum pressure on. Or you could take a flop, even fold. He may feel his ace-7 is not strong enough, but it is suited. I'd probably think a call is the most conservative play. He's counting out a raise. Slightly nervous chips, but it's come in. It's a very strong raise. Of all the players on the table, Mr. Shah has been the most adventurous in terms of his range of raising hands. He's definitely had the poorest hands when he's raised, and I think other players have recognised that, and when they have a good hand or a hand they feel strong enough about, they've re-raised him and he has folded. And I would think we'd have the same here. Ace-7 offsuit, again, not a hand to go to a wall with. It's a strong 3-bet to 5.5 million. If he does call, he's fairly committed to this pot. Of course, the other play is to shove it right back, and then Miss Sylvester would have to fold his ace-7. So in the end, he folds. The lad is trying hard. He is doing his very best. He's trying to make the action and is often running into bigger hands, and he's having to fold his raises. So excellent work in trying to make the hands. All the money's at the top. You need to win tournaments or make good deals with the last 2 or 3 in poker. Doesn't matter what tournament you play, it's always the same. So always play to win. Now we have a raise from Andre with King-9 suited. And Ace-9 is taking no prisoners, pushing all in with his 14 million. And I don't know whether Andre will call here with King-9. It does play well, but as we can see, he's a big dog against Ace-9. And it's half his stack. So has to fold that. And C8 playing very strong poker. He's pretty well pushed all in about 4 or 5 times now, and he's won every one of them. And one of the other players picked that up and is noting that when he plays, he's always all in. And C8 agreed. Said, yep, every time. Now Jakeb is coming in with a raise with Queen-9 offsuit. And neither blinds had anything to fight back with. And because the blinds are so big, there's 2.5 million waiting to be snapped up by a cheeky little raise with Queen 9 offsuit. So the blinds are well worth winning at the moment. You can see there 34 million down to 14 million. Well, 2.5 million in just the blinds and the ante. It's quite a large percentage of even the chip leader. Nearly 10%. Now we have Mr. Bihari, who has a good hand, ace 10. We did see him fold ace 9 earlier. This is probably the line I would think he'd be raising here. And Sylvester has picked up the ladies, a pair of queens. We're going to hear about that now. Be at least 5-6 million. Yep, so 6.8 million. So as I thought, it's going to be about 5 million to call, 4.6 million. And with ace 10, I'm afraid we're probably going to see a fold here. Similar to seat 3, he's trying to make action with reasonable hands, but if he's re-raised, he may well have to fold. Ace 10 is not beating many hands, and obviously against queens it's a big dog. But ace jack, ace queen, ace king are all in the range of Sylvester's re-raise. Said queens about 3 times now. The ladies like him. Sylvester now with queen 10 suited, probably a hand he'll raise with. He's just won a few pots. That will give him confidence. And it is a nice hand, unless someone re-raises him. Now we're through to the small blind. Andre will fold his 8-7 suited. Now, Sylvester, who seems to be getting good cards, is now similar to a few others in early position with a small pair. A pair of 6s always seems to hit a set. Don't know why. It's one of those 4s and 6s. Probably an old wives' tale, but I do like 4s or 6s. So we're going to see an early raise. I think it's 2.2. And now we have a decision. Wojciech has got ace 8. He's either folding or shoving, one of the two. Sylvester is now back up to chip leader, I would think. Ace 7 folds. King 3 offsuit will fold. We're now down to the big blind, who has 3-4 offsuit and will fold. So another pot for Sylvester, our chip leader. Starting to see ads for the January events coming up at Banco Casino. There's a few 50k guaranteed with very small buy-ins of around 100. I think one's 150. Leading up to the Banco Casino Masters towards the end of January, which is a 250,000 guaranteed extravaganza for €170 buy-in. Excellent value. 9-8 suited folds, but we do have King Queen. I would think we'll get a raise here from Andre. 2.2 seems to be the favorite amount. Players often follow each other in amounts of raisings. You just get into patterns once someone and then another has raised, in this case 2.2 million. It becomes the kind of standard raise. I don't know if that's good or bad. Now the King Queen is the best hand and takes down the pot. In quite a few circumstances, people like a King 10 raise, but he only has 11 big blinds now in front of him. So it depends how he feels. He has pushed with it. So either the small or the big blind need to have a strong hand to call. So it's a nice spot. He gets the local rail is applauding that move. These hands coming thick and fast with only 6 players on the table, and the smaller stack having 12 big blinds. Getting an early raise here from Andre. Can't see his hand yet, but he's not been out of order too much, and it's the famous 2.2 million. Mr. Bihari will be shoving his queens here for sure. 14 million. He only has 14 big blinds. %100% certain that he will be all in. And he is. Now, has Andre got a hand he can call with? He's asked for a count. If you've got anything less than ace 10, he really should be folding. If he's got a very strong hand, he'd have called already. So I guess there's somewhere on the cusp. Or was he making a move, which he has done a couple of times on this final table already? It's 11 million to call into 18 million. He's getting good pot odds, but it is a big chunk of his stack. It will be well over a third of his stack in total. And he calls. So I'm expecting to see ace, jack or ace, queen. Now this is a good opportunity for a double up from the shorter stack and a double down for Andre. Needs to spike an ace from space. Well, ace king would have been good, but still needs to hit an ace. And now he's drawing to a 10. Drawing. I don't think Lubosh's fans realised he could actually lose the hand. There was a straight draw there. Nice big double up to 30 million. He is now one of the chip leaders, something like second, third in chips. Second, I think. So it just shows you patience, the right hand at the right time, and bang, you can go from short stack to second in chips in one hand. Nothing much wrong with a call there with ace jack. He's beating a lot of hands, most pairs. He's just unlucky to run into a big pair. So we have ace 5, and true to form, when Wojciech plays, he shoves. So he's got 15 big blinds, but you can't raise fold with ace 5 suited. You're either shoving or folding. Sorry, I thought he had gone all in. I saw the all in button. Nothing wrong with going all in with ace 5 suited. It would have got through at current point. Andre now down to 14 million, so he literally is where Luboš was. Looks like we're going to see a raise or a shove here. No, it's just a normal raise. That's representing a much stronger hand than Queen 10 offsuit. Let's see what Luboš wants to do. Queen 9 suited. This could be an interesting one if he calls. I think he will call. If he raises, he'll probably get it through. Yeah, it's the kind of hand you want to see a flop with. So Andre currently ahead with his Queen 10, but the Queen 9 suited has an extra layer to it. I'm sure we'll see a follow-up bet. 5.5 million in the pot. If Andre checks, he is seeding this pot. And we're seeing a nice strong bet coming in. Luboš studying intensely. He's trying to get a reaction. He's going for his chips to see a reaction. But the sunglasses are on. Not Luboš's. And he gets through. Couldn't get much of a read there. Good attempt. Touch the chips, see if you get a reaction, any kind of response, and he got nothing. Well played, Andre. We have a very nice hand in late position, kings. Just a normal raise, though, it's 2.5 million. He's looking, he's hoping someone will either call him or re-raise him. This is why consistency of raising, I think I talked about this yesterday, is really important, whether you've got a really big hand or a kind of ace-5 suited. Mr. Bihari is praising everyone and showing his kings. Never does a lot. You show one big hand every 1 in 5 times you raise, you're probably going to have a big hand 1 in 5 times. So it doesn't do a lot to me, but his local rail appreciated it. Here we have small pair. Sylvester has been raising most of his small pairs and gets that one through. Yeah, Kev likely to raise here with his ace. Any ace six-handed may well be ahead. King 5 suited on the button. Will Sylvester be tempted by that? No. And here we have Mr. All-In again. He makes it very, very hard to play. Now ace 10 may well be interested in this. He only has 14 big blinds himself. We could get a very big pot here. I'm just trying to work out where he's at. Ace 10 is absolutely that line. That is the line, really, of whether you call an all-in or not. It's about how he feels about it. Don't forget, we've already had a raise. So at least one other ace is likely to be out from the raise and the shove. Yep, he's gone with it. He's gone all in. And I think we'll have to probably see the ace 4 folding. Yep, so we have ace 10 and Mr. Shah has ace 10. And our young man who's been all in about 5-6 times already has got ace 5 suited. So a very good call with ace 10. And we know that ace 4 is out already. So unless Wojciech hits a flush or a 5, which he has not so far, he is likely to double up Mr. Shah. And now he's drawing dead. So Wojciech is eliminated in 6th place. And I think we are going to a break. Welcome back to our final table of the Polish Poker Championships. We are down to 5 players. Couple still on their break, coming back from their break. Sue's our wonderful tournament directors, just making sure, doing the chip ups with the smaller chips going in. We can see that we've lost Wojciech in 6th for a very good 8,935, and we have 5 players left, ranging from 33 big blinds to 14. However, the next player out will get nearly 12,000 euros. That's an amazing return from a 100 euro tournament. I mean, the value here is quite exceptional. So we had in the last orbit, we had a couple of double ups. Very important double up for seat 2. Mr. Shah from Germany and Mr. Bihari, our local Slovakian, had a very large double up, courtesy of his neighbour, Andre, on his right. Our original chip leader, Sylvester, is still going strong. He lost a couple of pots, but his raises have all got through.
Okay, guys, we're gonna continue blinds 600, 1,200,000, and dealer shuffle. Please, good luck, everybody.
And here we go. My name is JJ Hazan. I'm providing the English commentary. There is also my colleague on another YouTube channel providing the Polish commentary. So for those of you, depending on your language, do tune in to the right YouTube channel. They're both on the Banco Casino channel. So here we have a pair of 7s. The blinds have gone up to 600, 1.2. So we're now seeing bigger raises. 2.5 million. Sylvester folds. Mr. Shah will fold his 10-2. The Doyle Brunson, as it's called, famously won the World Series of Poker with 10-2. In fact, it was offsuit. That was his winning hand in the very early days of the World Series of Poker. I think it was played at Binion's at the time, not these modern casinos that we see now. Maybe superstitious. Looks like he wants to play it. He may even be raising with it. Of all the players left, he's definitely played the most adventurous poker. So he's re-raised to 8.4 million. Now Andre has a decision with a pair. He decides against it. And there's a big pressure back on Jakub with 7s. It's a really tough decision. Does he go with it? He's probably not going to call. So he's either folding or raising, I think. Has he seen any of the previous stream where Mr. Shah has certainly been out of order a few times? That will, or has a friend of his told him something about the way he has been playing? This will help inform his decision. We are on a half-hour delay, but it's possible for players in their break to talk to a friend who's been watching it and to get some advice on maybe specific hands. And beautiful. I think we see an all-in. And now Mr. Shah, despite a very large raise, will have to fold his 10-2 suited. I don't think he can carry on. Certainly playing very adventurous poker. Making strong raises, but almost all of his raises another player has gone all in, and so he's, except for the one hand he doubled up when he had 10 big blinds, he's been at the wrong end of raising. He only has one overcard to the 7, and as we see, folds. So well played, Jakub. I've got a feeling he did his homework there and found out a bit more about our German player in seat 2. Well played. Folding round to the button. Will Mr. Shah show his adventure again? No, he's had his wings clipped for the meantime, courtesy of Jakub's all in with 7s. 6-3 suited. Under the strong gaze of Mr. Behari, probably would have called with King 10. We see a fold, so big blind gets his chips back. Jack 10 out of position. He could play this anyway. He may raise. He's usually thought about it and then folded. But four-handed. Yeah, no, that's what he's done again. Certainly considering the play there. This time with a small pair. Pair of 2s, or ducks, as we called them before. Our short stack on the table. At some point we'll be getting his chips in, but I think 8-6 offsuit is not that point. However, Mr. Behari will realise the strength of any ace four-handed. He is thinking about a shove. But decided to fold instead. Has Jakub woken up with a hand? Obviously got a playable hand. He's just calling. Whatever he's got, if it hits, he'll be ahead. Unless there's an accompanying 2 on the flop. Two big cards. Mr. Shah will certainly represent, I think. I think we'll see a bet. The original raiser will follow through. And we'll learn about Jakub's holding here by his response to that bet. Just a flat call. That would send danger signals to me. That would be telling me he really could have a king or queen here. And he's letting Mr. Shah do all the work. Might be better checking here. I think if he bets, yeah, good play. Bets, he's inviting. And we might now see, still checking. What have we got there? Ace 10. So he may have felt his ace was good. In fact, the twos hold. Any bet there by Jakub, probably would have got it through. King 9 suited, four-handed. Perfectly good hand to raise with. And the question is, what do you do if someone comes back at you? So Sylvester has an ace. May not want to be folding an ace heads up. So we may well see a call, possibly a raise. Just a call. And I think that's perfectly good line. We have a pair of queens, but we have, more importantly, two spades. So Mr. Shah has got a flush draw. Sylvester checks. I think we'll see a follow-through bet here and may well take it down. Something like half the pot, 3.5 million. It looks like a much smaller bet. 1.8. Pot building. Looking to hit his flush and get maximum return. Probably doesn't matter how much he would have bet there, it would have got through. And quite a lull at the moment. People at the moment are just checking around to the big blind. Mr. Shah doesn't like doing that. Pushed all in with 8-4 suited. Will the big blind have a hand? He's got a lovely hand, but he won't be able to call with it. Be an adventurous call, and he doesn't look that kind of player. So Mr. Shah is really carrying most of the aggressive poker on this table. He's definitely the more adventurous, of these final 5, with Sylvester leading the way on playing very solid poker. Here we start to see our grand week coming up, with 20 grand available. There's also 50 grand one-day tournament. So I think every day there's something from this week till the 12th. Jakob 10-9 suited, good hand with 5 players. And gets 2.5. And we have another connected ace. We had a call last time, but he was in a different position, so it's fair enough to fold that one. King Jack suited. He'll get busy with this. He's definitely come here to play poker. So he just calls. Nothing wrong with that. It's the right play. I just expected him to do something more adventurous. Now we have 2 suited connected hands. And Mr. Shah's king has hit. No one has hearts, so I don't think this will get very far. We'll probably see... Oh, we're seeing a follow through. 2.5. Mr. Shah could just call here and let... yeah, I like that. And let Jakob have another stab. That could put a halt on proceedings with a raise and a call. One of these players may well put each other on an ace. Jakob carrying on betting. He's now repping the ace. He raised pre-flop. Does Mr. Shah believe him? Doesn't look like it. $22 million in the pot already. Jakob now has value because he hits his 10. And he will see the bad news. Mr. Shah's king that hit the flop. He's now gone from... He was last in chips for most of this final table, and I think he's now chip leader. So it's remarkable what can happen on a final table. It's very easy to double up, and go from 0 to hero. Equally, it's easy to go from hero to 0, as I well know. I've been chip leader on a few final tables and ended up 5th or 6th, which is not a good feeling. Raise with ace-8 suited, takes it down. So Mr. Shah now has a premium hand, so he's been raising with a lot of poor hands, and the advantage is people will put you on a less of a strong hand. This time he has ace king, but he gets no callers. So he's playing all the poker at the moment. Well played. Our young German friend in seat 2. Here we see a one-day event coming up next week, or this week rather. 30k guaranteed. A lot of lovely guaranteed one-day tournaments coming up here at Banco Casino. We saw an all-in raise before by Mr. Shah when he had 8-4 suited. Are we going to see a repeat with 5-2 offsuit? No, I think that's wise. At some point, the short stack has to call with quite a wide range of hands. But he's got his blinds back and still in the game. And we're seeing a raise with ace-2, and finally Andre has a hand. He's going to put in his 10 big blinds, and Mr. Shah may or may not call. So here we go. Oh, is he going to play it differently? He's just counting out. Wow, okay. Very strong play. So it's only putting in half of his stack. He's raised to 6 million. He's almost inviting the call. That may spell danger. I think he has shoved with ace 2. Oh, and obviously snap call. The Shah didn't think he was that strong. I think he misread that because half the pot bet isn't even stronger than going all in. So I think a fold would have been advisable, even if he does happen to hit his ace. So there's 2. So more outs. Where you can see he's got 5 outs. Still has 5 outs. And he's an ace or a 2 to, and it doesn't. So our short stack has now doubled up. More than doubled. It's gone from 11 million to 25. I think that was definitely an error. Even 5-handed ace 2 really is not a good hand. It's the worst ace you can have, except for its possible straight draw. You're losing to every other ace and any pair, and you almost certainly have to hit a pair. And there we can see the 26 million. He's on the button. He's got more room to make plays now, which he couldn't do before. On his suited middle connectors. There's a 2-4 suited. I think Mr. Bihari may at least call here. May even raise. And that raise is very good raise because it puts extra pressure on this exact kind of hand, this middling Queen 7, Queen 8, unsuited. And he folds the best hand. So very nice play, Mr. Bahari. I'm sure your local crew will be happy with that. Here we have a solid ace 10 by Mr. Shah, and he's raising to 2.4 million, so that's a min raise with blinds 600, 1.2, and no one has anything to resist. He certainly will not be shy about raising with most hands. We've seen him raise with all sorts of hands, 8-4 suited and the like. So it makes his raises, his recent raise with ace king and there with ace 10, more likely to be called, which in many ways is what he wants. Although with the blinds so big, there's already 3 million in the pot. That's 10% of the 30 million that some players have, and the blinds really are kicking in big time now. Got a lovely ace king. We're going to see a raise here for sure. Luboš. I think again he's being fairly consistent. $2.7. Most pre-flop raises are getting through. We've not really had that much action with two people having big hands. I think we had one earlier. Although Mr. Shah's ace 2 may not be a big hand. Here we can see 115,000 guaranteed over January. We start with some smaller ones. So a lot of one-day tournaments there. So lots to play in January before the 250k Banco Casino Masters, which is always a very popular event. Will 2023 bring more records that 2022 has already achieved? Winamax, a couple of months ago, the prize pool ended up being nearly €1 million. Fantastic event, 4,500 runners in the end. Now we've got a raise with ace 9. I don't think Mr. Shah is going to do anything except a bit of posturing. And we've got 10-8 in the big blind. He's just doubled up. He doesn't want to give up his stack. There's our local supporters cheering on seat 4, Luboš Bihari. And here we have kings, big hand with Jakub, but he's making that standard raise, 2.7 million. That's most of the table have been doing. He doesn't want to give away how big a hand he has, but someone needs to have a hand to call him. Luboš is on the big blind. He has a playable hand, 9-7, and we will go to a flop. From Luboš's sake, he doesn't want to hit his 9 or 7, as he may well get in trouble. 3 clubs, so Jakub's got this pretty well locked. He has the overpair and the second nut flush draw with the king of clubs. Luboš has a gut shot. Needs an 8 for a straight, and it can't be a club. So I think Jakub can bet with all confidence. Very small bet. But enough to take Luboš off the pot. Nothing wrong with a call there, and no choice but to fold with that flop. New hand dealt already. Sylvester has not actually had a hand for quite a while. I don't think he's played one for about half an hour, which going on the early part of this final table is fairly alien to him. Another decent ace raise, Mr. Shah. I'm sure slightly different raise, 2.4. So it's min raise, although he has min raised most of the time. The others are usually in at 2.7. I think Andre will at least call this with King Jack. Another 2.4 in the pot. Small blind has ace king suited, and these two are going to hear about it. When he's had good hands, he's been in great positions and been able to maximize value from them. He's running well, as they say. He's measuring out his raise. Very healthy raise. I think it's something like 8-9 million. 7.6, so slightly under, just under the 8. Now, Mr. Shah made a mistake earlier with ace-2 about not respecting his opponent's raise. Will he make the same mistake here with his ace-9, or will he more sensibly just fold it? He also has a player behind him who's called the raise in the first place. Andre doing his best impression of a model and folding. So another hand for Lubosh, and his friends are very happy about that. Yet another raise for Mr. Shah. You can't see his holding at the moment, but certainly been the most active player on the table so far. As Sylvester finally picked up a hand, he has a small ace, ace-3 offsuit. And we'll have a look. So, seat 2, Mr. Shah from Germany does cover Sylvester. So, and he's hit an ace on the flop. We don't know Mr. Shah's hand, but I would think we're going to have a check call here at minimum. Will he raise here to try and get information as to whether or not he's up against a bigger ace? No, he's just going to flat call. Problem with flat calling is you're kind of committing your way through. We now have 2 spades and 2 clubs on board. Probably a repeat, probably be a check call again if Mr. Shah bets. Yep, going for a different line. He's betting this board. He's representing kind of 2 pairs here. We know he only has an ace. If Mr. Shah does have an ace, it will be a better ace, but we don't know what he has at the moment. We're now seeing a very strong raise on the turn by Mr. Shah. 14 million, very big raise. Now Sylvester has to make a decision. Is his ace any good? Is Mr. Shah drawing? There are quite a few draws there. There's straight draws, 2 flush draws. What's he thinking? I do favour the fold here. Remember that Mr. Shah does cover him. So if he goes all in and he gets called and loses, he will be our 5th place finisher from being our chip leader at the start. I think that's the right play. Has to fold that. We don't know, still don't know what Mr. Shah had. And we have a change of dealer. I think we just saw a slight transgression of the rules. Mr. Shah had his phone on him. Suze does not take any nonsense. Straight in, I'll have that phone, thank you very much. And the reason you're not allowed a phone on a final table is so you can't communicate and get instant information about other players with friends of yours watching this stream. Perfectly good reason. Ace-8 suited, 5-handed, it's a pretty strong hand. I suspect we will see a raise here. 2.5, 2.7, the classic at this level. Wow, that's, I think that's too solid. Now, we may find that someone's got a better ace further down the line or a pair, but I think I'd be raising with ace-8 suited with only 5 players. It's very hard to have better hands. There's only 10 cards out. So that's a 5th of the pack. So it's very hard to have ace-king or to have a big pair. And we can see that the ace-8 was the best hand. It's allowed Lubos to raise with a much weaker ace, ace-4 offsuit, which he probably wouldn't even have called had the ace-8 raised. Mr. Shah is again thinking about making a play, but folds. Lubosh in a good shape now. He's got just under 40 million with the blinds, big blind at 1.2. And we're just down to the blinds, small blind, big blind. This time, Mr. Shah has a very good hand. We will see a raise. He's also in good shape. I think he's just gone all in. Bang. Let's shove it in. No mucking about. I've got a pair. I'm going all in. Yeah, a bit of posturing from Andre, but he's never calling with Jack 7. And again, it's quite an effective play, really, because if a Jack comes on board or a diamond flush with his pair of 9s, in fact, if any overcards come to the 9s, he may well be behind. So it's an effective play, that. Here we see our stacks. We've got 37 big blinds down to 14. Andre is moving back. He doesn't play many hands. He had that double up earlier and has chipped away a bit. Once you go through 2 levels of blinds, that's a lot of chips. That's 6 million chips, 3 million each round. So it's a lot of chips to burn. You have to be playing at least one hand around, even if you don't have the strongest hand. That's why the ace-8 suited there was a missed opportunity, because you can then get a run of bad cards and you just don't feel you're able to play, and you can get blinded out, and then you find you have to shove with a kind of mid-weak ace or whatever. And we have a raise on the button. With ace-9, perfectly good hand to raise with. Lubosh shows his rubbish, and the ace-9 takes it down. Seek 2 is certainly hitting some cards at this point in the tournament, and he's able to raise and get his raise through. But here we have a lovely matchup. We've finally got the aces. I don't think we've seen them on the final table yet, so I think it's the first time. We're going to get a re-raise. Doesn't want to go too big here. He wants Mr. Shah in. That's a very big raise. You've got to get value from these premium hands. They come around so few times. So we've gone to 9.3 million. King Queen suited is a very strong hand, 5-handed. Can he You may well want to see a flop with it. Aces in very strong position to dent Mr. Shah's stack. Now that King Queen's hit this pretty big. He's up and down on the flop. Mr. Bihari, of course, has the aces. He's looking for Mr. Shah to hang himself. Being the more aggressive player on the table, Mr. Bihari likes to control the pots by check calling quite often, possibly even check raising. And as Mr. Shah has actually hit this flop, really, he's got 2 overcards with the up and down, only losing to ace jack, queens, kings, and the aces he is actually losing to. Of course, the 2 aces means some of his outs are not there. It's quite a big bet. We could see an all-in here, and that will put maximum pressure on Mr. Shah, and he may well have to fold. I think that would be a good play. Maximum pressure. Let's see if it happens. No, we're underrepresenting our hand here. So just by calling, we are in effect not showing the strength of our hand. So we're looking to, Mr. Bihari is looking to get maximum value from his aces. If he hits another ace, that would give a straight to Mr. Shah and a full house to Mr. Minari. If a 9 comes, he'll be behind. 33 million in the pot, and Mr. Shah has exactly that. He has a pot bet. I think if he does push or make a substantial bet, Mr. Minari will probably raise or call an all-in. He's underrepresented his aces, so Mr. Shah can't put him on that bigger hand, which is why he may make a strong bet. Good play. So he's checking this. He's hoping to hit an ace or a 9. He hasn't. This could check down. Excuse me. The diamond may stop Bihari betting, although I'm pretty sure he will call. There goes the rail. Aces hold. In many ways, Mr. Shah lost the minimum there. Could have been a lot worse. So Andre has got to that point where he's had to push with King 9. Fortunately for him, no one had a hand to call him with. But that's what I said earlier, that if you get chipped away, you get to a point where you have to put it all in with 10, 12 big blinds.
Jo. Ik kan dit lesje in moeten daar litten. Ja, dat is maar leuk dat les.
Siehst du ein Video?
Hä?
Siehst du ein Video?
Ach so. Pozri to, čo tam mal. Neviem, či by ma kolol, keby som betol river, víš?
Another big hand for Mr. Bahari. Aces 2 hands ago, and now kings. He must be loving life. He's been an upward trajectory since he started his final table. Started off slow. I don't think he's going to get any action though. Although we have a raise with King 9 from Andre, it's very different to calling with it. Although he is in the big blind already. I want to have a look. He's going to be in a world of trouble. Very hard for King 9 to beat kings. The ace on board may well stop Luboš from betting too much. But, yeah, just check. Andre could represent the ace here. He may have missed this opportunity because he probably should have done it on the flop. Very solid play by Luboš, just checking it down. No risk poker. It's already a pot. Nice little value bet on the end. He's worked out that his opponent doesn't have an ace. And he folds. Jakab with an ace-8 offsuit folds in the same hand to Sylvester, who may well not fold. Quite a big hand, 5-handed, mid-ace. Looks like he's shoving. 16 million. I don't think we're going to see any opposition, and if anyone has a big hand, it is Luboš. He seems to have them most rounds, but he doesn't this time. It'll be a fold. Sylvester, much better ace. Ace-jack suited. We'll certainly see a raise. Don't know whether we'll see a shove again. He's got 14, 15 big blinds. Yep, he feels it's a shove. Can't argue with that. Andre will be folding. And has Luboš got a hand? Well, he has, but not to call a raise. Luboš, who's shown big hands, may well play on that fact and have a little raise here with his 9-10 offsuit because he's on the button. Totally get that. Nine-8 suited. Very pretty hand. Maybe worth seeing a flop. I don't think I fold it with heads up. It's a good hand. Doesn't really want to hit his 9 though, because Luboš will be ahead. Wow, 3 hearts, and Luboš has hit the 10 as a gut shot for Sylvester. But 3 hearts may slow a lot of action down. We're going to see at least one bet. Kind of bet amount that is asking a question, and he's got an answer. Another hand for Luboš. He's running over this table at the moment. He's getting big hands, and he's making very good raises and plays with medium hands. Very good poker, well played.
Excuse me, Red Bull, yeah, Red Bull.
Could see a play here on the button with Jack-9, but he decides against it. He'd have been up against a hand that would have folded. I think we just see a call. Now Andre has King-2 suited. Worth seeing, no point raising with that, but nicely disguised flush draw hand, and he has hit it big time. So he has the second nut flush draw with 2 cards to come, and Mr. Shah, as is his nature, is betting. Question here is, does he shove now to get the extra value and possibly get the best hand off, or does he call? I favour the shove with his stack. He only has 12 million behind, which is about 7 big blinds. Yep, well done. And Mr. Shah has said absolutely nothing. He has nothing. No heart. Doesn't even have a gut shot straight draw. So that was a well-timed raise. Well done. And here we just saw a banner for the Banco Masters, 18th, 19th, 20th, I think, of January. 250k guaranteed. There's also a mystery bounty, a PLO tournament. There's a nice mix of tournaments from Wednesday or Thursday through to Monday's final. Good time to go to Bratislava. Flights are cheap, certainly from London, they're very cheap. And I guess from other places as well. It's a low time in aviation market, so you can get there for very good deals. You can get a very good deal through hospitality at Banco for a room at the Crown Plaza, which is the hotel above the casino. Very nice hotel, good buffet breakfast. So that's all available through the casino at preferential rates. And Mr. Shah has done a min raise, which is consistent to all his raises. This time he has a big hand, pair of tens. Is anyone going to have a hand to call or raise with? No. So the tens get through unopposed. This time ace-9 suited for Mr. Shah. We will see a raise, almost certainly the same kind of amount he has been raising throughout, 2 times the big blind. It'll be a fold for Mr. Bihari. This is interesting. Very short stack. He has a pair. It's going in. So we're going to have a classic flip, classic race between a low pair and an ace-9 suited. So the threes of Jakub he is at risk. And when I say risk, he will pick up nearly 10,000 euros for fifth place if he loses this hand. So risk is obviously pushing it. I'd like the risk of coming fifth in this tournament for 10,000 euros. So a classic race, 2 overcards with suit against a made pair. Let's see the flop. If Mr. Shah does lose, he still has 24 million. So 9, he's already hit his second pair. Jakub is not looking too happy. Needs a 3 and a 3 only. And we lose our fifth place finisher. Had a good run. Good plays and attempts to win pots. And there we have it. Our fifth, 11,900. So that's nearly 12,000 euros. Fantastic result for fifth place. Now, if these 4 wanted to talk a deal, then they would get at least 25,000 each under ICM. Sylvester has gone from chip leader to being the short stack, and Andre is also in danger. They're at 9 and 11 big blinds. So really, that is one hand. They will have to put their chips in if they have a playable hand. So Sylvester hasn't really had many cards except for the first couple of hours of this tournament. He's been a bit card dead since. Did have an opportunity to make a raise with Ace King, and guess what? Luboš has a hand again. Ace King. He has had absolutely the best of it in terms of hands. And 8-2 folds. We have 10-3 suited. Kind of hand that Mr. Shah may well want to see a flop with. He's not afraid of being against a bigger hand, but he decides against it. Luboš showing his premium hand. And we are down to 4. The next prize is around 15,000 euros. And then we have some big steps up to our top prize of 54,500. Final stages of the Polish Poker Championships. My name is JJ Hazan. Love this place. It's a home from home. I play in London mainly, but always enjoy coming to the Banco Casino and meeting up with old friends. Here comes our raise with 5-3 offsuit. So Mr. Shah is putting pressure on Andre, who has 7-2, doesn't realise he's ahead. And this is good poker. He's attacking the weak spot on the table, which is Andre, who he knows can only call with a premium hand. Here comes one of our fine waitresses. Good bunch of girls work here, always friendly, very willing to help, especially when I need a glass of wine. Bit early at the moment, and it's a Monday. Here we go then. So both Andre and Sylvester right on the edge now in terms of having to get it in. It certainly won't be with 8-2 offsuit. Another hand for Mr. Shah, and Mr. Bihari have certainly had the best hands. And we see the usual 3.2 million raise. He's happy that someone comes over the top or calls him. He will not be quite so happy when finds out he's up against kings. And we're going to see a shove here. Or does he feel he's just too big to shove? He only has 14 million, which is not even 10 big blinds. Now he's doing exactly what he did before when he had a big hand. He's putting in half of his stack and lets Mr. Shah nothing to learn here because he's got ace king, whereas he made a mistake with ace 2 before. Mr. Shah's got a bit of a surprise, seeing as big a hand as kings. Just takes one ace though, so we have an all-in situation with kings at risk against ace king. And we are playing for 4th place is the next one out. He's doubled up twice so far, Andre. Let's see if he can avoid the ace. Good start. Now a jack comes into play. Any ace, any jack. So we have a double up. Our short stack has doubled up to 33 million. And Mr. Shah has lost a substantial part of his stack. But then that was what you call a car crash hand. He was never going to fold ace king. And kings obviously were never going to fold. So no one did anything wrong there. It's just the way the cards came. And now he has chips. He's on the button with a good ace, ace 9, four-handed. I expect we'll see a raise. Might see 4 million rather than the 3.2, maybe 3.8, something like that. He does a slightly higher raise than others. No, it was the 3.2, but no one has any kind of hand, so it doesn't matter how much he raises, he gets it through. Now our short stack, Sylvester has king queen offsuit. He'll almost certainly be going all in. And ace 3 will call. So again we have a player at risk. If Sylvester gets knocked out in 4th place, I'm pretty sure the other 3 will start discussing a deal. And I might remind you there would be 100k still left, so 10% of that would have to be kept back for the eventual winner, and they could do a deal around the 90,000. So they would all get a substantial payout. Let's see if the ace holds, or whether the king queen can double up. It's a good flop for the ace. Shows you the power of an ace, even a bad one, when you don't have many players. So 12% drawing to a king or a queen. And we lose our 4th place player, Sylvester. Played very well early on, maintained his chip lead. Welcome back, everyone. We can see our payouts. We are down to 3 players in the Polish Poker Championship. And we have our German player, Mr. Shah, who's played most of the poker. And somehow, Andre, a Polish player, seat 3, has found his way to the last 3. And probably the stronger player on the table, Luboš Bihari, a local Slovakian. So could go to one of 3 countries. I understand that they have not discussed or agreed a deal 3-handed. And we will see what happens from this point. So we're about to restart, 3-handed. Now our range of hands will increase, so our ace-8s, our ace-9s become that much stronger with only 3 players left. And the prizes are significant. And as Suze has just told us, the blinds are now 1 million, 2 million. That's a huge amount of blinds. Bihari has 64 million and is our chip leader. And now we have the small and the big blind. Mr. Shah, King Jack, I'm sure he will raise with this. If he goes to form, it will be 4 or 5 million. So raised to 5 million, so it's slightly above his normal. Normally raises 2x, and this is 2.5. And Andre will get out of the way with his 5-6 offsuit. So we have a chip leader, 60 odd million, and then we have 40 million Mr. Shah and 30 million Andre. Mr. Shah's first name is See you Shah. I'm sure he's hoping to say see you baby when in his mind he wins this tournament. So in fact the 6-5 is not getting out of the way, it's taking a call. Nothing wrong with that. You know where you are with 6-5. If you hit, you're probably winning, and if there's overcards, you're probably not. This is not a bad flop for 6-5. He's got a gut shot draw and bottom pair, and Mr. Shah is likely to have overcards. So we could see, I think either plays okay here, a check or a bet. Again, he's looking to win this tournament, not come second or third. So often the spoils go to the aggressor. That's a nice bet. It's a very coordinated wet board, and he's hit it with a gut shot and a pair. So he takes down a nice pot. I like that call with 6-5. Very clear where you are. You're most likely, as he was, to be up against 2 high cards. Nice flop like that, and you should feel fairly confident of being ahead. Now, with only 3 players, you've got your small blind, your big blind, and your buttons. So, you know, every player is involved in every hand. There's nowhere to hide. There's no time to think too much. A decent ace on the button. This time we see just a flat call. 2 million. Okay. Flat call on the button. I think he's looking to induce a raise here. Will Luboš help him out? I don't think so. With Queen 3 offsuit. Must think his Queen 3 is live, and bang, there he's hit his Queen. And unfortunately for Mr. Shah, he's hit his second pair of 9. So Lubosh is betting. Very small bet. 2 million into 7. This is the kind of... Mr. Shah is a very aggressive player. It's the kind of bet that may well get a raise. And there's quite a few hands beating Ace 9. Jack 10. King Queen. King Jack. Sorry, I meant Queen Jack. So it has indeed made a raise. I thought he would not be able to resist raising here. How will Lubosh respond? Although he has got top pair, he's got a very poor kicker, and it is a coordinated wet board, Jack 10 being the nuts. So I don't think he'll go mad. I think he's just going to call, which he does. He likes controlling pots, doesn't ever put too many chips at risk. He's now hit a magic card. That 3 gives him the relative nuts. 2 pairs here when no one has Jack 10 or is likely to. Lovely, lovely check. I think Mr. Shah may well check behind. Yep, very good. 5. It doesn't really change it. The flush draw is very unlikely here. I think we will see a bet by Mr. Bahari, and if it's low enough, he may well get called. Something like 6-7 million value bet. Or he could do a much bigger bet to represent a bluff. $7 million, pretty well the exact amount I predicted. I must have played this game once or twice. It's a really nice size bet. Now, German player may well call this. Yep. We'll get the bad news that he's up against not just 1 pair, which he already had, but 2 pairs. And the Lubosh fan club are making themselves heard. Very good. Well played, sir. He's increased his stack. So we see an unusual play from Mr. Shah with just the call. Could be in trouble here. He's hit second pair, but Andre has hit top pair. He's relatively short stack now. He only has 17 million behind him, and there's 11 million in the pot. So I think any bet by Andre, I could see Mr. Shah shoving and getting called, and we could see our third place finisher. That is my prediction. I have not seen this hand. I'm exactly the same point as all of you guys watching. I'm just commentating on what I see. We are, of course, 30 minutes behind. We're a 30-minute delay. Andre, very considered, always takes his time. Done very well to get to the top three, because there were times where he was at risk. Maybe 4 times he was at risk. I think Mr. Shah, is pushing all in. He put him on 2 overcards. Snap call's not what he wanted to hear. And I think we are going to see our third place finisher. Played some great poker, if he does get knocked out, but also took quite a lot of risks, and this is a good example. So our remaining Polish player, Andre Krzyzewska, don't know if there's anything like, is in the box position with the top pair against second pair. Now has a gut shot draw, so a 6 will also give Mr. Shah the win. He has 20%, any 6, 7 or 8, and an ace. So very well played. Third place. So handshakes all round. From $100, our German player has gone away with a very healthy, I think it was about 20,000. I can't remember the payouts, but a very healthy payout from only €100. Wow. So we're now heads up. I don't know whether we're going to discuss a deal, quite possibly. And with that increase in his stack, so there's the payouts. He had 22,000 for Mr. Shah. We have 32,054. So we have 87 and a bit, 87,500 left in the prize pool. If they do a deal, 8,700 will be kept back for first place, and an ICM deal will be fairly close. They're fairly close in chips, so they may well. Suze, the tournament director, has come over, taking away Mr. Shah's chair. Always a sad moment when a chair leaves the table. So they're off to discuss a deal, and we will be back when they have done so, and I will tell you all what's happening. We're on a short break.
hard to be average. It's my time, I'm the greatest. I live my life like I'm famous.
Tak, 3, 6, 167. A do mnie weź go 8. Plus
So I can tell you, as we return back to the heads-up position, that a deal has been made between Andre and our local player Lubosz. So, by virtue of ICM and with the chip lead, Lubosz has secured 42,528 euros, and Andre, starting this table as one of the shorter stacks, or no, I think it was in the middle, has secured 36,438, and so they both will play on for the remaining 8,700 euros. So still a lot to play for. That means Lubosz will end up with over 50,000, or Andre, if he wins this event, will end up with 45 and be the highest paid player. All this from 100 euros. Absolutely incredible value. Poker can turn someone into a hero over a 2 or 3 day period when they run well and hit cards and play well. And both of these players have done amazingly well to get to this heads-up port. It'll be interesting to see the strategy. Lubosz has certainly taken a more backseat approach so far. Equally, Andre has as well. So we've got two quite similar styles. We'll see whether one of them adapts or changes. So, first hand. When your head's up, the button is always on the small blind and has first option. So it changes from normal kind of play. So we've got a raise to 4.5 million. Cheeky little raise with 9-3 offsuit. And I'm sure Andre will be re-raising back. And we will see Lubosz folding. I can't think this will go any other way. So we heard the magic raise. So we have a 3-bet of 9.5 million. So Lubosz has made the initial move with a raise, but he has a poor hand and will have to fold it. But I like it. He's looking to make the action. They're now going to be a lot more even in chips than they first started with. So at the beginning of the heads up, Lubosz had 79 million and Andre 64. So they've got just about 70 million each now, very even. Good for the game. This time Andre is on the button with 10-5 offsuit. Let's see whether he also raises in the same style as Lubosz. Yeah, he's raised to 4 million. So both of these players getting involved and very active early on with lower than average holdings, to say the least. 9-2 suited against 10-5 offsuit. And we have 3 big cards. The 10 has a gut shot draw. May follow suit and bet this. Does have a gut shot. Is representing a bigger hand anyway. And I think the 9-2 may well fold. Just the hint of a bet, and Luboš folds his cards. So I think we now have absolutely even stacks. Andre's timing has been fantastic. He again started off quite slow, went down. He was all in 3 or 4 times as the short stack, and managed to find a way of winning all of those, and is now equal in chips to our previous chip leader, but has a pair of 8s, pretty strong. I'll certainly see a raise. To 4.5 million, and 8-4 will just fold. Heads up only becomes really interesting when both players have strong hands, a pair against an ace king or an ace queen, and both have every right to put their chips in. Here we see Andre with ace-6 suited. It's a strong hand, heads up. Certainly be raising with that. Probably to 5 million, maybe 4. So far he's been consistent on the 4.
5 million raise.
He's gone 5. And king 9 offsuit. I can't see Luboš folding that. Very playable hand. He may re-raise with it. So he's decided that aggression is the best way of playing heads up. Someone's given him a lesson, I think, because he's right. So 3 bets, 12 million. Now ace-6 suited is still a strong hand, heads up. And if Andre doesn't want to be dominated by Luboš's aggression, he may well fight back on this one.
Call.
No, just calling. Well, at least he is calling. I like that. Did have the option of re-raising there, and then king 9, as we can see the hand, would have had to fold. And of course he's hit his king, but we also have 2 clubs. Wow. This heads up match could be over quite soon. Luboš, as he normally does, is checking the best hand. Andre taking his time. He's now hit the nut flush. Luboš could be in a lot of trouble here. Andre has underrepresented the strength of his hand. Very clever check. Luboš may well bet this. He's going to get raised. So lovely slow playing hand by Andre. He's got the nuts. So 7.5 million. The pot is already 34 million. So I think we will probably see about 20 million go in.
Trojka all in.
Possibly all in, yeah. So he's now over betting the pot, which can look like a bluff. And because Luke... Because Luboš has underrepresented his top pair, he may well call, and we will have a very, very quick winner. I think he's covered. Andre has really slow played his nuts very, very well. And Lubosz, yep,
Kurwa! Kolor.
yep, very excited Polish man
Yes!
has won the tournament in one hand of heads up. I think, well, no, maybe it was three hands, but wow, what a result. We have a Polish champion of the Polish Poker Championships, and he goes away with around 45,000 euros, and Lubosz has to be satisfied with 42,000. I'm pretty sure he's covered. Tournament director Suze is just checking. Because he won those other two hands, I'm pretty sure that we have our winner. Well done, Andre Kruzicka. And I apologise if I've mispronounced your surname. Lovely trophy there. Go on the mantelpiece. Well done.
Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119